Your Excellencies, Your Imperial Majesties, Royal Majesties, Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly ask that we all stand for the national anthem. Shall we please sit? Our special guest of honor, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, who we believe is with us here by virtual, because he will be speaking to us later on by Zoom technology. And we imagine that he's watching and listening to us at this point. The father of the day, the President, Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, and former First Lady of Oyo State, our guests of honor and His Excellencies, two of them are already here, the governors of Kano and Ogun States, honorable ministers, the acting Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Your Imperial Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Royal Majesties, captains of industries, distinguished Nigerians here present. On behalf of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, with the collaboration of the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan, I'm indeed most privileged as the MC of the first, second, and now the third annual Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable to welcome you all to the third Abiola Ajimobi Foundation on the theme, States and the Burden of National Development in Nigeria. In kickstarting this program, I'd like to briefly acknowledge the presence of some of our guests who are here present. Let me stay up front that I will only be able to mention a few now for brevity of time, because we are already very much behind schedule. So I will mention a few, I will introduce a few of them, and then as we go along, and as other distinguished guests do arrive here, we will be acknowledging their presence very specially. It's always our honor and a very rare privilege to have the Vice President in Ibadan. He's here by virtual technology. He's here, you cannot see him, but he's seeing us. But with your eye of the Spirit, you should be able to see him, because I can see him. And it's indeed a rare privilege to have him also as a special guest of honor at this event. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the father of the day, a politician par excellence, former deputy governor of Old Oyo State, the first civilian governor of Osun State, our own papa, the authentic Baba Omo KK, His Excellency Chief BC Akonde. Papa, you're welcome, sir. May I also very specially welcome into our midst His Excellency, the Governor of Kano State. His second home is now Ibadan, because it's so easy to see him here. The Governor of Kano State Center of Commerce, my pleasure to have His Excellency Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR. Our neighbor next door, His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State is also here. May I welcome Prince Dapo Abiodun. You're welcome, Your Excellency. I thought I saw Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kano State earlier on. Oh, okay. I'm being covered by this. My pleasure to also welcome into our midst Her Excellency, the wife of the Governor of Kano State, First Lady of Kano State, Hajia Doctor, I don't know whether I should now start calling her Associate Professor, Hafsat Umar Ganduje. Her Excellency, you are welcome. Henceforth, I will be addressing her as Professor. We also have in our midst Papa, an accomplished businessman who, okay. Yeah, I know. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence in our midst, an accomplished businessman in Ibadan, whose name you dare not miss when you're talking about established businesses in Nigeria, especially in Oyo State. Daddy Bashono Kola Daisi, you're welcome, sir. Daddy is almost knocking 90 now, but still looking like 75. Worthy of following after. May I also acknowledge the presence of the acting Vice Chancellor of the first and the only university in Nigeria, and I say that with all sense of responsibility because I believe nothing will happen to me. I am right in the premises of the University of Ibadan. But if you do want to complain, then I will console you by saying whatever university you might have attended, take it as a satellite campus of University of Ibadan. I want to acknowledge very specially the acting Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan, Professor Babatunde Ekola. You're welcome, sir. I'm even being told that His Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, is an alumnus of University of Ibadan. So I can say this categorically and stand firm without any fear of any threat of anybody wanting to remove me from this hall. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of Kabiyesi, the Alaafin of Oyo, who is here by proxy. It's being represented by the Samu of Oyo, High Chief Alhaji Lamidi Oyewale, Iba Samu, Oyo Empower. You're welcome. Sitting next to the representative of Kabiyesi is our own mommy, the first female senior advocate of Nigeria, Mommy Chief Folake Sholanke. You are welcome, ma. And next to her is another mommy, a former Minister of Industry, shall I say a two-time Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Ashikpa Iyalode of Ibadan land. You're most welcome, Chief Doctor Mrs. Onikepo Akonde, CON. And next to her is one of our chiefs in Ibadan, a veteran barrister at law, once a lawyer, always a lawyer. I'd like to acknowledge very presently, or very, very specially, Chief K.O. Olatunji. Daddy, you are welcome, sir. If I come to the other side here, our collaborator in this exercise, don't forget that this particular third annual Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable is being organized by the Institute of Peace and Strategic Studies as well as the foundations. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Director, IPSS, Professor Tajuddin Akonji, University of Ibadan. Now, like I said earlier, we need to quickly kickstart this program. So you will permit me, if I have not been able to introduce those that ordinarily I should have introduced, but I assure you, we'll do this as we go along. But because of time, we need to quickly kickstart and just go ahead. So may I, on behalf of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, with the collaboration of the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, UI, I'm indeed most privileged to be here as the master of the ceremony. And as we begin the program right now, I would like to very, very specially, because it is at her instance that we are here, and that's why I kept her till this moment. A faithful, dependable, and supportive wife, the most loving mother, an achiever in her own right, God's masterpiece of nature, to her late husband. Amiable, please let me specially acknowledge the presence of the President, Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, Dr. Florence Ajimobi. You're welcome. May the Lord continue to uphold you in all situations. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, according to William Shakespeare of blessed memory, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. And Senator Abiola Ajimobi, whom we are celebrating here today, was born great. No wonder he was named at birth Abiola, which means born into greatness. A man who achieved greatness by his unprecedented achievements in the history of Oyo State. And because of brevity of time, I will not be able to reel out these achievements, but worthy of mention is the restoration of peace and security to the entire Oyo State, which has caused the socio-economic life of the state, especially in the area of hospitality, to receive a boost. If you talk about hotels now springing up, before 2019, there were no shopping malls in Oyo State. This is part of the gains of security that was restored in Oyo State. But by the time he left, he finished his second and final term, shopping malls and plazas now abound everywhere. Before 2011, there were only 92 hotels in the state. But by 2019, over 900 hotels had been registered and in operation. And owing to this foundation of security and safety that he established, the number of event centers has risen astronomically, about 22 in 2011 and over 100, going to 200 I'm told, by 2019, and still counting, including this University of Ibadan Conference Center. So Senator Abiola Ajimobi had greatness thrust upon him, so much so that while alive, his name rang bells very loud in Nigeria, louder in the Southwest, loudest in Oyo State, and if communication and language arts students who are here will permit me, perhaps loudest in Ibadan. And even after his departure, his name continues to ring bells and will continue to do so by God's grace till the end of time. So it is in continuation of the immortalization of this great achiever that we're here today. May I therefore, very humbly, request that we all stand for a moment of silence in honor of this technocrat and builder of modern Oyo State. May the good Lord continue to uphold his wife, his children, grandchildren, and the entire Ajimobi dynasty with his power and fortitude to keep the torch of Senator Abiola Ajimobi aglow. Shall we please sit? Right away we continue because we have to move very fast. Welcome addresses. And at this point, I would like to very specially invite the president of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation and wife of the late Senator Abiola Ajimobi, Dr. Florence Ajimobi, to bear the cart. Please put your hands together for her as she comes.
Your Excellencies, our Father, Baba Omo Kekeke, Royal Fathers, my mothers, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, members of the House of Representatives, members of the State House of Assembly, Oyo State, the chairman of our great party in Oyo State, APC, Baba Akinyoke, members of our party, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. Good afternoon, everybody. If there's anybody I have not recognized, please permit me. Like I said earlier, today is a very special day. Members of the trustee of Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, on behalf of Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation and the University of Ibadan's Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, IPS, I heartily welcome you to the 3rd annual Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable, organized under the institutionalized collaboration of SAF and IPSS to celebrate the 71st posthumous birthday of my dearest husband and friend, Abiola Adeyemi Akonji, as well as extend the frontiers of knowledge on good governance in view of his experience and service, not only as a corporate boardroom and public sector governance practitioner, but also as the first 2-term governor of Oyo State. Kabiesi, I recognize the arrival and presence of the Oni of Ife. You're welcome, sir. Kabiesi. In view of my husband's experience and service, not only as a corporate boardroom and public sector governance practitioner, but also as the first 2-term governor of Oyo State, Kosheleri, Senator Abiola Ajimobi, in his wisdom, had commenced the roundtable as an annual intellectual platform to bring together critical minds with a view to harnessing diverse thoughts and perspectives towards achieving national developmental goals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Kabiyesi, it is instructive to note that this year's roundtable is the first of the collaboration between IPSS and SAF in commemoration of Senator Abiola Ajimobi's intention to further his peace initiative after the Society for Peace and Strategic Studies had graciously conferred its fellowship on him in recognition of his impactful peace-building initiative and policy in Oyo State in his unprecedented 2-term tenure. Similarly, Senator Abiola Ajimobi in his lifetime had aspired to pursue and earn the University of Ibadan's PhD in the field of sustainable development and peace studies after his gubernatorial stint. He indeed commenced the process of actualizing it by obtaining the institute's admission before he took a bow in response to the ultimate call by his creator. May his gentle, vibrant soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Consequently, and in further fulfillment of his aspiration, the foundation decided to enter into a collaboration with the Institute by institutionalizing the annual round table. In furtherance of the collaboration, Your Excellency, you are welcome. In furtherance of the collaboration, the Foundation has also made an endowment of a multipurpose resource facility, including a 450-seater Abiola Ajimobi auditorium to the Institute in particular and the University of Ibadan in general. I'd like to gladly report to everyone here that the turning of the sod and the foundation laying ceremony of the facility took place this morning with the Governor of Kano State presiding at that occasion and the acting Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. Ahead of this roundtable, that event has taken place. On today's historic event, which is in realization of his mandate, I humbly recall that the first roundtable entitled The Imperatives of Building Institutions for Sustainable Legacies, and the second titled Managing the Dynamics of Nigerians' Advancement, the Socio-Economic Perspectives, held on December 16, 2018 and December 16, 2019 respectively, took a cursory look at such germane areas of public governance that should impact positively on the socio-economic and political well-being of the citizenry. This year's theme, States and the Burden of National Development in Nigeria, is no exception from, and even further, the intention of the first two in the quest for the socio-economic and political advancement of Nigerians. And it is also taking place on a special day, the 16th of December 2020. At this junction, Your Excellencies, Royal Fathers, my mothers, my fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is apt to recognize that Chapter 1, Part 1 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, provides for the recognition of the Federal Republic, for the federal government, 36 state governments, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and the 774 local governments with clearly defined geographical and geopolitical locations within the 213 kilometer square land of our dear country. Similarly, Schedule 2, Parts 1 and 2 of the same Constitution, under reference, spells out the legislative lists guiding the operational responsibilities of each entity in what is described as exclusive and concurrent lists. Your Excellencies, Kabiesis, distinguished ladies, ladies and gentlemen, from the foregoing, it is relevant to reiterate that by the virtue of the constitutional provisions in Nigeria's federal system, the federal, states, and local governments, even individuals, are expected to play vital roles in the compelling task of national development. However, over the years, and indeed very recently, series of observations, comments, reservations, agitations, and demands have shown the need to enhance the levels and phases of development in the country. A number of amendments in the country's laws has been made, yet complaints about inadequacies abound all over the geopolitical zones of the Federation. These have far-reaching implications for the growth and development of the Nigerian state and even its future. Consequently, the 2020 edition of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable, titled States and the Burden of National Development in Nigeria, provides the platform to discuss the critical role states can and should understandably play in the facilitating national development in Nigeria. The roundtable will be guided by the following questions. What is the role of states in Nigeria's national development agenda? How can the states meaningfully contribute to national development? Are there specific but redeemable encumbrances in the current existing structure? And what are the lessons derivable? How innovative can states become in the quest for national development, exploring and exploiting their identifiable and viable comparative advantages? These and others are some of the germane issues that the roundtable will seek to interrogate with specific, probable, practicable, and sustainable processes and solutions proposed in line with the mandate of SAF and IPSS. While again thanking you for honoring the collaboration with your presence and contribution, I wish you all happy deliberations and divine protections always. May I use this opportunity to also recognize the immediate past Deputy Governor of Oyo State, Otumba Moses Alake Adeyemo, and also the Deputy Governor under the regime of Alhaji Lamadeshino, Chief Iyola Oladokun. You're almost welcome. Thank you all for listening. God bless you all.
Shall we kindly put our hands together once again for Her Excellency, the President of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation. A short while ago, we were told that the Deputy Governor of Osun State, who will be representing His Excellency the Governor, would be here any moment. And so, when His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, entered, because they have the same height, and because with all this lagbaja we put on our faces, makes it very impossible or very difficult to be able to recognize who is who. And so we are just learning now that, like we say in Yoruba, Atigbomo Bafoshu is actually the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Hamzat Obafemi Kadri. Obafemi Kadri Hamzat. You're most welcome, sir. And he's here, I'm told, to represent the Ashiwaju of Lagos, former Governor of Lagos State, as well as the national leader of the All Progressives Congress. As this ceremony is going on, we are roughly about 500 here, but we have millions who are watching us either online or via the network of the Nigeria Television Authority. I'm told that His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the Chairman Governors Forum, as well as the Governor of Ekiti State, is already online. He's watching us as we are going on. We'd like to confirm if the Vice President is also doing the same. We'll do that shortly. Because of time, we'll go straight on to the second welcome address, and I'd like to invite the Director of the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan, Professor Tajuddin Akonji, to do this very briefly, and then we'll go to the Acting Vice Chancellor. Please put your hands together for him as he comes.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, watching us, I understand, via virtual. Your Excellencies present here, Your Excellency Dr. Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, President SAF, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Acting Vice Chancellor of the foremost university in Nigeria, the University of Ibadan, my Lords, spiritual and temporal, members of Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, member of the Roundtable Planning Committee, staffs, students of IPSS and the University of Ibadan. Let me just stand on other protocols already established. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of us to the auspicious and special occasion marking the 71st posthumous birthday of an icon, the father of modern Oyo State, the man of peace, Senator Isiaka Abiola Ajimobi. I remember the first time His Excellency was speaking to me on the phone, and he heard my name was Professor Akanji. He said, "Oh, my namesake, I'm also Akanji," so I've been adding Akanji to his name ever since then. The past governor of Oyo State for 8 years, that is 2 terms, and indeed, the first person in Oyo State to occupy that seat for 2 terms in the history of Oyo State. This year's event is quite special in the sense that this event, though the 3rd in the series, it is the first time it's holding in collaboration with the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies of the University of Ibadan, where I am privileged to be the director at this time. Earlier today, the foundation stone of a memorable edifice was laid and the sword turned by His Excellency Dr. Abdullahi Omowale Ganduje. Omowale was just given to him today because he is back home. The Executive Governor of Kano State and a proud alumnus of the University of Ibadan. Your Excellency, if not for the COVID-19, we would have been in Kano earlier to put down the foundation in honor of the late Damasanin Dunia, Alhaji Maitama Sule. But we will soon host us. The Society for Peace Studies and Practice will soon be in Kano, sir. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate my own acting Vice Chancellor and the Dean of the Faculty of the Multidisciplinary Studies. That is the faculty overseeing this institute. The staff, students, alumni, and members of the university community for the very significant benefaction which we are enjoying today, courtesy of Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation. The Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies is very pleased that the desires expressed by the departed compatriot, Senator Abiola Ajimobi, in his several engagements with the Institute and the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, SPSP, leading to his investiture as a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, FSPSP, during his lifetime, was actualized by this foundation. I therefore consider all of us lucky today, in the sense that here is the day we are witnessing the foundation laying of Senator Abiola Ajimobi Resort Facility, and also the third annual Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable to mark his 71st posthumous birthday. I must reiterate that the Institute entered into this collaboration with Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation in order to ensure that the sustenance of the development agenda and legacies of Senator Abiola Ajimobi, indeed, he stood for peace, he stood for development, and these are the ideals that the Institute for Peace and Strategy stands for, hence this collaboration. The reason why late Senator Abiola Ajimobi was given the special recognition by IPSS through SPSP in his lifetime is not far-fetched. It is a fact of history that Senator Abiola Ajimobi was a man of peace. He successfully eliminated or reduced to a very large extent criminality and insecurity in Oyo State, often caused by the hitherto incessant bloody clashes among various trade groups in the state. He constructed many roads, and he modernized and completely transformed school administration in Oyo State. That school governing board established by him, I was lucky to be an expert member of that committee, and I knew the commitment of His Excellency to this. It's one of the things that the state is very proud of today. In fact, it is safe to say that with Ajimobi's positive leadership and administrative styles, Oyo State became one of the most peaceful states in Nigeria. Coming this far for our institute has not been easy. It evolved through taking some hard and excruciating steps by the founding fathers. Especially, I pay tribute to the Foundation Dean of the Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies of this university, Professor Isaac Olawale Albert. This institute was established on 14th of September 2015 at a regular meeting of State Senate to harmonize some existing programs of the university, such as Peace and Conflict Studies, Humanitarian and Refugee Studies, the Masters in Strategic Studies, and Disaster Risk Management. The institute is the largest of its kind in the whole of Africa. In terms of students' enrollment and program engagement, this institute has been living on benefactions and endowments. I have a plan here of a building that was approved by His Excellency, the former governor of Lagos State. And the plan is here, which is yet to be completed. In fact, today had been one of the days which we plan to give him a letter to invite him into the fellowship of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. We shall hand over that letter soon to its representative. Aside from the MOA which we have signed today with SAF, we have so many MOUs and MOAs with the institutions and organizations both locally and internationally. We particularly train military and paramilitary officers from Nigeria and abroad in programs leading to the award of MSc and PhD degrees in security studies, strategic studies, and peace studies. 40 very senior military officers are seated in this room today. They are students of IPSS. I recognize their presence. Let me specially appreciate Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, led by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, for taking steps towards actualizing the continuity of the roundtable instituted by His Excellency Senator Abiola Ajimobi during his lifetime to discuss germane and developmental issues on national affairs in an annual joint event on which an MOA has just been signed. The collaboration will carry out other academic activities informed of researches and projects. We therefore pray for the repose of the soul of these great compatriots who has contributed immensely towards the development of Oyo State in particular and Nigeria in general. We ask God to grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus and the family and all his loved ones the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. Amen. We sincerely hope that this gesture will serve as a platform to immortalize these compatriots and imprint further his name among persons who have contributed immensely to the advancement of knowledge industry in Nigeria. Today's discourse, themed States and the Burden of National Development in Nigeria, is intended to interrogate the structure of Nigeria and the constituent states with a view to understanding the implications of the structure for national development. I sincerely hope that our keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor John Olubunmi Ayoade, will take us through an uncommon journey of academic engagement. I also look forward to contributions from the discussants and all those who will be joining us via Zoom, because they are already there, and the audience, towards making this course a productive academic engagement. Thank you for listening. God bless you all.
Right away, I just invite the Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor Babatunde Ekonla, to deliver the last welcome address. Please put your hands together for him as he comes.
The chairman of today's occasion, Your Excellencies, Imperial Majesties, Royal Majesties, all my esteemed fathers and mothers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. On behalf of the Council, management, staff and students of Nigeria's premier university, the University of Ibadan, I am delighted to welcome every one of us to this special occasion of the third annual Senator Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable. It is my great delight to welcome us to the core of the intellectual capital of Nigeria. I remember that Senator Abiola Ajimobi loved to refer to the city of Ibadan as the intellectual capital of Nigeria. And this is because Ibadan is home of the University of Ibadan, which is the premier university, the first and the best university in Nigeria, the first and the best university in West Africa, the 7th best university in Africa, and among the first 500 universities in the world. By the grace of God, and with such collaboration as have been established between the University of Ibadan and the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, we trust that in a very short time, the University of Ibadan will become the best in Africa and one of the first 100 in the world. This year, the roundtable theme is truly relevant and very appropriate. It is States and the Burden of National Development in Nigeria. This occasion is unique as it marks the public formalization of the collaboration of the University of Ibadan through its Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies with the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation. I must say that an important objective of this collaboration is to institutionalize the ideals of the immediate past governor of Oyo State, no other person than Senator Abiola Ajimobi, on good governance and sustainable development. As we pray for the repose of the soul of our dearly departed, highly reputed and respected State Administrator, it is gratifying to note that in the 72-year history of our university, the benefaction from the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation in honor of the memory of the most distinguished personality of Senator Ajimobi is unique. It presents a rare combination of infrastructure and academic content designed to enhance good governance and sustainable development in Nigeria. I must say that this focus encompasses the most fundamental challenges confronting our dear country today. This kind gesture is indeed worthy of celebration and appreciation. And on behalf of the University of Ibadan, I say a very big thank you to the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, ably led by the matriarch of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi dynasty, Chief Mrs. Florence Ajimobi. We thank you so very much, ma'am. It must be noted that the missions of both the University of Ibadan and the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, which constitutes the basis of their collaboration, typify the much desired synergy of public-private organizations at the meeting of the town and the gown. Your Excellencies, Imperial Majesties, Royal Majesties, my esteemed fathers and mothers, this is the time for all stakeholders in the Nigerian project to explore, exploit, and consolidate genuine visions, missions, intentions, relationships, collaborations toward the greater development of our immediate and extended environments. The Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation has taken a clear and unique leadership role in this regard by the initiative of the endowment of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Resource Facility in the University of Ibadan. As has been noted earlier, the breaking of the sword ceremony took place today. I assure the Foundation, on behalf of the University of Ibadan, that upon completion, the University will put the facility to optimal use in interrogating the ideals of governance and sustainable development in Nigeria, in ways that will positively transform the governance and development trajectory of our dear country, Nigeria. As the University of Ibadan appreciates the sterling initiatives of the progenitor of Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, we look forward to a continued collaboration with the foundation in ways that will not only positively impact our country, but also encourage other organizations to establish similar collaborative relationships with the University of Ibadan to address other issues of national concern. The focus of today's roundtable is the ideal role and responsibility of states in our national development. This is expected to present a compelling interrogation of the role of the relevant stakeholders for the nation's survival. I'm sure that there will be vital takeaways from this exercise that will advise us all on how to effectively address our national challenges relating to governance and development. I salute the courage of our dear Senator Abiola Ajimobi and his exemplary quest for a formidable state through the consistent pursuit of peace and good governance. The University of Ibadan thanks his family immensely for sustaining his legacy, not only by this generous and impactful infrastructure donation to our university, but also its desire to further contribute to the realization of Senator Abiola Ajimobi's ennobling vision. It is on record that Senator Abiola Ajimobi in many ways proved that he had a keen and unwavering interest and commitment to the University of Ibadan. And that we are here today says in very loud and very clear terms that his family shares this interest and commitment. On this note, I hereby again express the deepest appreciation of the University of Ibadan to the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation for facilitating today's event and the exemplary donation of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Resource Facility. On this note, I wish us all a very fruitful engagement at the round table. May the good Lord continue to bless the Senator Abiola Ajimobi family and foundation. May the good Lord continue to bless every one of us. May the blessing of the Almighty God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, continue to be upon the University of Ibadan, the Oyo State, and our beloved country, Nigeria. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Acting Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor Babatunde Ekonla. Please put your hands together for him once again. We still have a lot of names of people that ordinarily we should be recognizing their presence at this time, but we just feel that let's go straight on to the body of the program itself, so that later on we'll do all of that because we are so pressed for time. I'd like to very specially, and I think this is a very appropriate time to do this, even though his presence has already been acknowledged, but I'd like to very, very specially welcome into our midst the Ooni of Ife, who is now 5 years on the throne, the 51st Ooni of Ife. His Imperial Majesty, Kábíyèsí Ọba Ẹniìtàn Adéyẹyè Ògúnwùsì Ọ̀jájá II. Kábíyèsí o. In Yoruba land, we don't clap, we say Kábíyèsí o. Right now, we will go to the chairman's address, but before we do that, I'd like to welcome also into our midst. He came in not too long ago, representing the Osun State Governor. That's the Deputy Governor of Osun State, His Excellency Mr. Benedict Olugbuyega Alabi. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Okay, there is this man who's beside me here that if you are not too careful, you might not know who he is, because everybody is Lagbaja in this hall right now. Is one going to present the next item on the program? I'd like to invite Benga Adenyinka.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to celebrate the legacy of a builder, a thinker, and a relentless perfectionist. We're here to celebrate a man that has touched our lives in many, many ways. I ask that you please give His Excellency Senator Abiola Ajimobi a resounding round of applause, and may his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the chairman of this occasion, a national icon and treasure, Governor Emeritus of the Center of Excellence and State of Aquatic Splendor, and national leader of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is here represented by the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, veritable partner in the Igbega of Lagos, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. Our father, the former governor of Osun State, our national leader, Chief Bisi Akande, His Excellency, the governor of Kano State, Alhaji Abdullahi Ganduje, and his beautiful wife, the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, His Royal Majesty, the Oni of Ife. Our fathers, so many that it's a bit tough to undo everything. Chief Kola Daisy, our lead professor, Professor Tajuddin Ajadi, Professor John Ayuade, and our chief host, of course, and the president of Senator Ajimobi Foundation, Chief Mrs. Florence Ajimobi. Thank you very much. So I'm here to represent Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, so I will go about reading his speech now. He's unable to make it because he was stuck in Abuja for some other assignment, and he expressed his greetings, and I should just represent him here. Thank you very much. So being with you at this special event today, I'm visited by two competing emotions. I continue to feel a profound sense of loss at the premature and unfortunate departure of this great son of Oyo and Nigeria, Abiola Ajimobi. Yet, I also feel such pride and honor in having known this fine man and in knowing that our land, Nigeria, can produce such excellent person. Part of me is looking around this room, still expecting somehow to see my brother, a longtime friend, and a faithful political ally, Abiola, coming through the door and bring even more light to this gathering with his very ebullient smile and wonderful, welcoming personality. That is my heart at work. Yet, my mind forces me to also accept the reality that my friend is gone and will no longer be with us in the physical sense. Then my heart and mind merge, that I may somehow find comfort and inspiration, even in the reality that we must accept. Yes, Abiola Ajimobi is no longer here physically, but the spirit that guided his public and private life
is undeniable, is vibrant, and shining forth in this very space where we assemble today. This humane and compassionate spirit compels us to live according to the principles and ideals that animated these sons of the soil, that we may be our better selves, and in the process fashion for ourselves and our children and our children's children a better society and a more just and improved nation. Abiola was propelled by a progressive vision and exhibited a democratic temperament that served him very, very well. He believed Nigeria could be transformed into a great nation and that would serve as a guiding light to the rest of Africa. That our best contributions to our national project and to the progress of humankind lie before and not behind us. That out of the turmoil of our complicated past, we can lay the groundwork for a proud, prosperous future for our country. Thus, he worked passionately as governor of Oyo State to change and modernize the face of this state. The roads, the schools, and other infrastructural projects he designed and implemented demonstrated what a committed leader can do to spur economic development, jobs, and to engender the wholesome optimism that comes when the people see government and its leader working on their behalf. Because of his effort, the people of Oyo State bestowed an honor on him not given to any of his predecessors. They re-elected him to a second term, during which he continued to do as much beneficial work as he did in his first term. He stands as one of the best performing governors Nigeria has ever witnessed. Consequently, it is both fitting and proper that this third annual roundtable treat with the topic states and the burden of national development in Nigeria. Therefore, permit me to say as well that it is more than fitting, in fact, it is essential that we continue to hold this roundtable in the name of Abiola. We must do all we can to keep his flame burning because the light of his lamp was constructive and excellent. For holding this event, I therefore duly commend the Institute of Peace and Strategic Studies of the University of Ibadan and the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation. Despite the fiscal and budgetary constraints being encountered by the then Governor Ajimobi, he performed admirably, bringing an unprecedented level of civic pride and public works to Oyo State. But the truth that he himself recognized was that he could have done more if our political system was truly built on the fiscal federalism that we progressive have long espoused. Our system remained too centralized, with too much power and money remaining within the federal might. This imbalance leads to relative state weaknesses. We therefore need to overhaul our revenues that are allocated between the states and the federal government. Here I must state what for many of us may seem a novel idea, but this concept is one that has directed the fiscal policies of other nations for several decades. If we are to measure up, if we are to catch up with these other nations that we all visit various times, it is therefore a prerequisite. It is important that we match them in the efficiency of governmental fiscal roles and operations regarding the national government and our sub-national political units. Given its unique currency issuing power, the federal government can never, and I repeat, can never, be starved of naira required to fulfill its core functions. Due to this currency power, the federal government does not necessarily need naira revenue to survive. The federal government can never be short of naira unless it creates a myopic law and regulations to so hamstrung ourselves, as we have sometimes did. We have been taught by some economists that such confining measures are necessary to contain inflation. However, they have not necessarily been containing any inflation, and in the long term, they have actually added to inflation. This is exactly what the country China does, and they accuse them of currency manipulation. But we can see what China has done with their citizens, moving 500 million people over 2 decades out of poverty. So what these policies have done to developing nations is that it has been terrible in terms of efficiency for economic parameters and has reduced growth, jobs, and development, and bringing recurrent recessions. Therefore, because the federal government is not revenue constrained in terms of naira, and it must be distinguished, it is just that the federal government decided to retain so much naira revenue to the detriment of the states. States, on the other hand, are naira constrained because they don't print it, they only can realize based on what they generate as internal revenue. Thus, it is imperative that states are given more revenues so that they can do more things for the people. I'm not advocating a blank check for the states. No. The more revenue they get, though, the more they must do, and the more they will assume more responsibility to use that revenue wisely, because the very fate of our people lays in their hand. Let us also focus on another important issue. The current relationship between the police and the people needs so much reform so that police may help better answer the security challenges we now face in our country. Most state governors, we know and we state clearly how much money they spend on police, even though it's a federal government formulation. Therefore, Abiola and some others have been proponents for state police for many years. The time for state police has come. In fact, it is overdue. This important change requires more funds in states' hands and less in federal. We have seen an example in Pakistan, in a country perpetually or at least intending war with India. The revenue ratio was 70-30, federal 70, state 30. But because they realize the reality of their own development, it has changed proponently now. It's now 40 federal, 60. If they can do it in Pakistan, certainly we can do it in Nigeria. This important change requires more funds in state hand. Other such items are stamp duties for financial transactions, tourism, and incorporation of businesses should also occur at state level and be removed from federal charge. This allows for competition between the states so that states can grow better, be more aggressive, raise revenue, and deal with the problems of their people. Perhaps the single most important factor in economic development is power generation. States are currently shut out from this vital sector, even though we all know that our nation suffers a paucity of power. States must be allowed to engage in power generation as long as their efforts are consistent and do not undermine federal standards in this sector. If we begin these fundamental changes, then our states will become stronger, more able catalysts of economic development. By instituting true federalism, we open the doors not only to posterity, but to greater democracy and openness throughout our country. This will help bring peace and tranquility where there is now tension and uncertainty about the pathway for our dear country. Let me leave you with this final thought. As we call for more funds and power to devolve to the state, we must demand that state government function appropriately. State government must meet the greater task given to it by the so-called arrangement. For state government to do so, it requires that our political parties must now be driven by ideology. We must be united in vision and discipline. This call is beyond the ability of a certain political party to fulfill. Thus, it is up to all of us as Nigerians. I will give an example of our party, the APC. It was founded to fill a void in Nigerian politics and governance. It was founded as a progressive party devoted to the welfare of the people and to the establishment of democratic good governance throughout the land. Thus, APC was based on the idea that the collective good is more important than the individual ambition. The party was to be a platform for delivery of peace, progress, and prosperity to the people, not as a wrestling match for individual personalities to clash over whose ambition will be realized and who will be rejected. As such, the party was constructed in a manner that every member should be given due voice, and that our internal processes must be transparent, politically just, and accord with the rule of law as outlined by our party's constitution. I ask that you, the members of APC in Oyo State, not be distracted or discouraged, but remain faithful to the progressive ways upon which this party was built. As a politician, we must all understand that not everything will go our way. You are entitled to and must demand a fair and open process where honest discussion and debate will take place. However, no one is guaranteed a desired outcome. That is for the people to decide. But we must all work just for those with opposing viewpoints, and we must be able to persuade our party members to our line of thinking. This must be done through quality of argument and position, not by imposition or by naked might. I ask you all to return to the true purpose and progressive spirit of our party. I do this because I stand firmly in my adherence to the democratic principle of internal openness, transparency, justice, and the rule of law in the conduct of party affairs. To that extent, our party must not deviate from principle that it was built upon. That is equity for all Nigerians, and that our country must continue to grow from strength to strength. I stand as a committed Democrat in this regard, and my resolve shall not bend. I know that Abiola Ajimobi will also agree with me, because this is something we have discussed many, many times. And we all know that in the long run, democracy, true democracy, will always prevail. Thus, I ask you to do the same, for no one should ever ask of us what we are not willing to do ourselves. We must put aside petty differences and unite as a people, so that once again we can lead our country right. I ask people to come together. Let's build a country that will lead, that we will be proud of, so that we can hand over a country that is better to our children and to our children's children. I ask of you that the spirit of the man under whose name we gather today shall continue to live as we want it to be. There is no greater gift that you can give our departed brother than this. May the good Lord grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus and grant his family the fortitude to bear the loss. Thank you very much.
Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Babafemi Kadri Hamzat, delivering the address of the chairman of the occasion, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I'm told that online with us via Zoom, we have General Abdulrahman Dambazao, former Minister of the Interior, is online with us right now. Same with Mr. Biodun Shobanjo of Troika Holdings and Erelu Bisifayemi. I want to find out, is His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi ready to deliver his keynote address now on Zoom? Technical? Is ready. Your Excellency, the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, you are online with us now, and please, you're welcome to the microphone at your end. While you are trying to... Okay. I think you should unmute him, unmute his microphone.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Your Excellency. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. The matriarch of the Ajimobi family, our father and leader, Bababisi Akonde, representative of our leader, Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency my brother governors from Kano and Ogun State, Deputy Governor of Osun State, our royal father, the Oni of Ife, all the distinguished participants and leaders at this third annual Abiola Ajimobi Roundtable and some of the first posthumous birthday. It is a delight for me to join you, but I would have loved to be with you physically on this important event. Which is part of the activities marking the birthday of the former governor of Oyo State, instituted 3 years ago to discuss topical issues of national importance. I've always had a deep admiration for the late Governor and Senator Abiola Ajimobi, whom I fondly refer to always as my Egbon, for his near perfection. He was witty, erudite, scholarly, kind, caustic yet compassionate, brilliant, streetwise, and aristocratic, and effortlessly self-deprecating. As written in my letter to him this day last year when he celebrated his 70th birthday, I stated that there is something unique about him which has always kept me wholly enamored of him. The penetrating effect of his persona and the ingratiating charm of his charisma. In the single body of Ajimobi rests a duality of a stoic philosopher and a gregarious personality, an attribute which readily endears him to every stratum of the society. He is as sophisticated in taste as he is simple in style. So you can understand that it's difficult for one to accept that he is no longer here with us today. In life, and I also believe in death, Senator Ajimobi was an epitome of excellence, and you see that trailing him in everything he did. I'm therefore glad that his worthy estate, led by his matriarch, has sustained this program and has gone a little further to institutionalize it through an affiliation with the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies of the University of Ibadan, where I am also a fellow. As a former governor and the first governor to win 2 terms in Oyo State, there is no doubt that a topic that examines the place of states and the challenges they face in their quest for national development is a worthy thing to honor the memory of a distinguished governor as Senator Abiola Ajimobi. I therefore commend the organizers for keeping faith, and particularly for the choice of this topic. Let me start this discussion by quickly going down memory lane about the evolution of states in Nigeria. When Nigeria formally became a federation in 1954 with the creation of 3 regions, the main inspiration was the desire by the people to be in charge of the administration of their immediate environment. This desire ran deep among the minority groups who believed the majority ethnic groups could subsume them and become the new colonial masters. Because of the intensity of the agitation, the colonial administration instituted the Willings Commission in 1957 with a mandate to look into the fears of the minority ethnic groups and how to allay same. Although the Willings Commission did not agree with the idea of state creation as a panacea to majority domination, as at that time, the Commission nonetheless proposed what was called a Bill of Rights, which formed part of the 1960 Constitution that guaranteed that nobody would be discriminated against on the basis of demographic features. Even though the colonial authorities did not create new regions or states, the demand has persisted even till today. However, state creation eventually became an inevitable idea. In 1967, when the Civil War broke out, and the interests of the minorities in the Eastern region, who did not want to go with the rest of the Eastern region, had to be protected. Therefore, when General Yakubu Gowon's government decided to create 12 states from the 4 regions in 1967, the government was responding to what had become a dominant political demand from different segments of the nation. But beyond the expediency of the need to attend to the minority groups was actually the need to create development centers that could bring government closer to the people and deliver development faster. In summary, states were created to widen the platform for self-government, make government more grassroots oriented, and ensure that it is non-tyrannical to the minorities and responsive to the yearnings of the people to hasten national development. The understanding of this background is highly necessary for us to appreciate the place of the states in our national development strategy. Indeed, the reason for the continuous demands for state creation in Nigeria can be found in the calculated benefit of its relevance in quickly fostering development and engendering inclusion. Generally, there is a perception that the closer a state is to one in terms of physical and socio-cultural distance, the better for one's socioeconomic and political well-being. The instruction to take from this perception is the fact that most people believe that the states are, in actual sense, at the center of their development aspiration. This is because states tend to approximate the aspiration and uniqueness of the different interests within a federation. They provide opportunity for competitive development in a highly diverse and multicultural setting such as ours in Nigeria. In the conceptualization of states as units of a federation, each state is supposed to be semi-autonomous enough to be able to pursue such a development agenda that speaks to the unique characteristics that confront a particular people. Since each state has a peculiar experience that propels its aspirations, it is in fact the burden of the state to actualize the developmental demands that gave birth to its existence in the first instance. The point to make, therefore, is that at the very foundation of a state's existence is the need to pursue a particular development agenda that responds to the peculiar yearnings and aspirations of the people. For most, the state government is about the only government they know. People at the state level want a government they can easily walk up to, make demands of, express their frustrations against, and share their concerns with. For example, the critical issues of governance which concerns the average Nigerian are primarily provided by the state government. Education, healthcare, water supply, urban planning, environment and sanitation, agriculture, market, roads, amongst others. State governments are the links between the local government and the federal government. The states are, in actual reality, the federating units, with each contributing to the federation for the security of their common interests. The states provide the necessary data, platforms, and enablement for other tiers of government to function and operate. The enormity of the burden on the states is without any doubt. It is, in fact, argued that the governorship election in Nigeria is probably the most intense and the most contested. It often records the highest level of participation in terms of electioneering, voter turnout, and disputation, because most people believe the state government closely impacts them the most. And for the political parties too, the strength of a party is measured in terms of the number of the state governors it parades, and not whether it produces the president of the country or have more number in National Assembly. What this buttresses is the obvious reality that the states are the main drivers of socioeconomic and political development of the nation. The totality of the nation's development is the aggregation of the independent or interdependent activities taking place at the subnational level. If we look at the power sharing arrangements as provided in the Constitution of Nigeria, especially as it concerns the concurrent and the residual items, we will realize the weight of the burden on the shoulders of the state as the ultimate development centers. For example, the provision of physical infrastructure that directly affect the lives of the citizenry are mainly provided by the state. Let us consider a few of the critical social amenities and what the states are burdened with. Infrastructural development. If you consider road infrastructure, for instance, Nigeria is said to have about 195,000 kilometers of road, out of which 36,182 kilometers, which is just about 17% of the total road infrastructure in Nigeria, belongs to the federal government. The rest belongs to the states and municipal roads. Nigeria will only be said to have solid road infrastructure when most of the state roads are in good shape. It is also obvious that the state will collectively need about 5 times the capital budget of the federal government on road development to be able to make a dent that is appreciable. Yet, while it is easy to mobilize private capital to fix federal roads and totally to recoup the investment, just as we've been hearing from debates lately, most state roads cannot be similarly tolled, except you're talking about Lagos or maybe Kano State. The alternative has been to approach the capital market, which has its own limitations, especially with the bitter politics of debt in Nigeria. There is a major burden that we all need a honest conversation to address. The burden of public education. Another important segment of human development indices through which the development curve of a nation can be evaluated is education. Even though education is on the concurrent list of the Constitution, the task of educating the citizenry rests primarily on the states. Even though education is an important cost center of any government, for most states in Nigeria, education is entirely free. In Ekiti and in most APC states, it is not only free from primary to secondary level, we also pay for West African Examination Council's senior secondary school examination, and we pay for Joint Admission Matriculation Board's unified tertiary matriculation examination of our students. One of the ways to appreciate the volume of the load the states carry would be to look at the statistics about the number of educational institutions in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have about 10,000 public secondary schools, and only 105 of that 10,000 belong to federal government, the so-called unity schools. This is apart from over 70,000 primary schools that are under the care of the state governments. Out of the 93 public universities in Nigeria, federal government has 44, while the states have 49. Similarly, out of the 70 colleges of education in Nigeria, federal government has 21, while the states have 49. And of the 77 public polytechnics in Nigeria, federal government has 22, while the states collectively have 47. This data gives insight into the enormity of the load that the states collectively carry in providing education to the citizens of their states. The lesson to take from this is that even though the federal government is a participant in the business of providing public education, its forte is actually in providing regulatory framework for quality assurance, which is really what it should be doing, while the states and the private owners are the major drivers in the sector. The burden of healthcare and water sanitation. The Nigerian healthcare system has a pyramidal structure that keeps the main task of primary healthcare and public health access in the hands of the state and the local governments. In most cases, federal government has a policy of having a tertiary health facility per state, the federal medical centers. It also provides support in some critical health campaign and services through the states. But the bulk of the health services in Nigeria is provided by the basic and comprehensive health centers, general hospitals and specialist hospitals, and teaching hospitals owned by the states. Some states also have central pharmaceutical stores where affordable drugs can be procured. Similarly, the burden of providing water is mainly in the hands of the state. Even though the federal government is concerned with the development of dams and the river basins, the greater task of reticulating and ensuring that water gets to households is that of the state. So while it is easy to build a dam that can produce millions of cubic water daily, the task of maintaining the dam, powering it, laying pipes to crisscross the entire state that may be thousands of square meters is actually a bigger headache. Burden of agricultural development and food security. Agriculture as an area of economic and security concern provides another interesting reality of the burden that the states bear in the task of national development. The fact of the matter is that the federal government does not really have any land for agriculture, no matter how lofty its ideas about food production might be. The states have the territory where farms take place and where farming takes place, and are in charge of agricultural practices in their respective states. Of course, the federal government not only provides national policy to stimulate agriculture, it also supports it in terms of finance and provision of farming materials, especially as recently seen with the presidential initiative on fertilizer and the anchor borrower scheme. Federal government also helps with irrigation facilities along the river basin corridors. In spite of this, the main burden remains that of the state. State governments not only provide the land, they also help to enable agriculture through land clearing, provision of seedlings, provision of subsidized fertilizers, provision of farm implements, and other forms of support. For states, it is both an economic and social investment, since most of our states are agrarian and a large number of our people are farmers. Agriculture also remains the highest employer of labor and the biggest contributor to the nation's gross domestic product in terms of volume of production. Food security is also central to human security, as a hungry man, as they say, is an angry man. States have the responsibility to ensure that the people of the state can feed themselves by giving the appropriate support that can enhance their productivity. The burden of human security, one area that has become a big burden in the course of our national development, is the security of lives and property in the state. And I'm glad that our leader, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the speech read by His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Lagos, articulated the vision of our party and many governors that I speak for on state policing and multi-level policing. Theoretically, what obtains at the moment is that the governor is considered as the chief security officer of their state, and they are expected to be in charge. Accordingly, everybody looks up to the governor to provide security, especially during threats. In practice, however, the governor really has very limited control over the security architecture in their states. That was what informed our decision amongst governors of the Southwest to set up Amotekun, our own response to managing security in our environment. In spite of this limitation, states are still the highest funders of the federal police and federal security institutions. We buy security equipment ranging from operational vehicles, communication gadgets, bulletproof vests, and kits. The operational vehicles used for patrols are mainly fueled by the states, while men on special duties receive some allowances to encourage them. In conclusion, the primary functions of the federal government are macro in nature, which is why the framers of the Constitution assigned to it the functions of providing national security, international diplomacy and trade, aviation, railway, banking, insurance, currency, and general regulatory framework. The federal government is conceived by the framers of our original Constitution, the 1960 Constitution, to be a facilitator of national development, whilst the state governments are expected to be the implementers and the actualizers. Over the years, however, operators of the Constitution have appropriated additional responsibilities to the federal government, and the country has become more unitary. However, the resources that are required to actualize the expected national development in an accelerated manner remain a major challenge. Yet government is daily confronted with new challenges that require serious financial resources, which continuously has been dwindling. Therefore, in my view, we have to get back to that word that everybody bandies about, even if it means different things to different people. Restructuring. Restructuring, which should be less about redrawing the map of Nigeria, but about building a more efficient governance system that is capable of delivering the greater good to the greatest number of our people. In essence, the desire here, which is one that I know that my Egbon shared very strongly when he was alive, is that a more perfect union, a more perfect Nigeria should be anchored on the principle of devolution of powers, that is, reallocation of powers and resources to the country's federating units. And the reason for this are not far-fetched. First, long years of military rule has produced an over-concentration of powers and resources at the center to the detriment of the states. Second, the 1999 Constitution, which is currently in operation, as has been argued by several observers, do not really represent the position of our people, given that it was hurriedly put together by the departing military authority and was not a product of sufficient inclusiveness. Part of the focus of any restructuring exercise, therefore, should be what items should remain on the exclusive legislative list and which ones should be transferred to the concurrent list. Other topical issues include derivation principle, fiscal federalism, revenue allocation, land tenure, local government creation and autonomy. All points considered, the fiscal burden of maintaining a largely inefficient and over-bloated bureaucracy is a metaphor for continuing to shoot ourselves on the foot. Again, in arriving at a position on what ought to be in the case for a perfect Nigeria, I wish to state that my sentiments, and I believe I speak for all my colleagues here in the Nigerian Governors Forum, my sentiments are more associated with strengthening the subnational unit in the reallocation of powers and resources, the assignment of functions that will be consistent with a devolved but strengthened federal system would have a short, exclusive federal list focusing on national defense and security, foreign affairs, macroeconomy, customs and excise, joint responsibility in respect of certain functions that are currently assigned exclusively to the federal government, for example, internal security and policing. So our argument is that whilst the federal police may remain to attend to federal crimes, we now need state police and municipal police to handle matters that are mostly state-based and local. And the primary responsibility of the subnational government in respect to other functions in the second schedule of the 1999 Constitution, whilst the remaining powers will be devolved completely to states. On revenue collection and sharing, the position of the Nigerian Governors Forum is that the sharing formula should be reviewed in favor of the states, especially given the argument of devolved responsibilities to the subnationals. In the context of the proposed new federal structure, governors have argued, and I believe reasonably, for a formula along the lines of 42% to states, 35% to the federal, and 23% to local governments. Collectively, 65% to states and local governments. In rounding up, let me go back to what I know of Governor Abiola Ajimobi's leadership qualities as someone that I work closely with as governor and as joint promoters of the development agenda for Western Nigeria Commission. when we started Dawn in 2013. Governor Ajimobi was a committed federalist and a leading proponent of greater autonomy for states. Anyone who has come across my foreword to the book written on Governor Ajimobi by Dr. Wale Okediran, I believe the book is called The Legacy of a Transformer, you would see, and I quote from my foreword, that a committed federalist who is the leading proponent of greater autonomy for states, devolution of powers from the federal government, decentralized governance, and fiscal federalism. He would always remind his colleagues at the Governors Forum in the Southwest that Yoruba people are more comfortable with the leadership rather than a leader. As he often says, ẹnìkan kì í jẹ́ àwádé ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Governor Ajimobi is someone that many of us will continue to find difficult to refer to in past tense. May my bones continue to rest in peace, and I would like to urge that this roundtable, which has come to stay, I believe, continue to look for more functional and more realistic ways by which our federal system can be made more responsible and responsive to the yearnings and aspirations of the different units of our federation. I'm sure my Egon in heaven will be happy to know that his name continues to contribute to the process of finding lasting solutions to pressing national problems. And I'd like to congratulate our matriarch, our Excellency Chief Mrs. Florence Ajimobi, the family, and the entire members of the planning committee for the success of this event, and to apologize that I could not make it down physically to Ibadan on this occasion because we have our State University convocation happening at the same time. Thank you all for your time, and I wish the panelists successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. If you are watching us, a loud applause has just been delivered now to acknowledge and appreciate your presence with us here by virtual. And we wish you well as you continue with the convocation of the State University. We'd like to acknowledge the presence, because I'm sure they are still with us, of some of our very distinguished guests who have also been, or who have joined us and are still with us on Zoom. I could see that Her Excellency Mrs. Zainab Bagudu, First Lady of Kebbi State. I'm sure you must have seen her on the screen as well. You're most welcome, Your Excellency, for being with us. Thank God for technology. General Abdul Rahman Dambazao is also there, former Minister of Interior. Same for Her Excellency. What we don't know is whether she was actually beside her husband there or she's another location. Her Excellency Erelu Bisi Fayemi has also been with us. Please, let's give them rounds of applause. They can see us and they can hear us. And of course, Her Excellency, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, 2007-2011, Her Excellency Princess Sarah Shoson, you are also most welcome. There are others, but as we go along and as we pick them, we'll be introducing them virtually. At this point, we want to go straight on to business, and that is why we are here. But as we prepare to do that, let me present the wonderful, wonderful children of the Ajimobi dynasty. They are here. I believe that all of them are here, except our baby, who I believe perhaps is abroad. Oh, she's here too. Great. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Koladaisi. Mr. and Mrs. Koladaisi, where are they? Bisola and Kolapo. Oh, you are most welcome. Mr. and Mrs. Obagon, you are most welcome. And Mr. and Mrs. Ajayi, Mr. and Mrs. Ajayi, son in waiting, you are welcome. Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Idris Ajimobi, BJ. Where are you, Idris? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know if Ajijola is here. Miss Ajijola, where are you? Ajijola, where are you? Okay. Shortly, we would attach Mr. and Mrs. to your name too. Thank you very much. So, as we get into business, let me just run through 2 minutes or less than that. I will be done because we have quite a lot of people here that we have not recognized. We have our distinguished senators, Teslim Folani, former Senate leader, and now also back in the Senate. Where are you, sir? Senator Fatai Buhari is also here. I also know that our former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank and our candidate at the last election, Chief Bayo Adelabu, is also here. Same for Dr. Lushola Ayondele. If I say Robodo now, you know who I'm talking about. You're most welcome. I also acknowledge the presence of former head of service. At this point, may I very respectfully welcome the governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Rotimi Akeredolu SAN. Please put your hands together for His Excellency. You're welcome, Your Excellency. You're most welcome. We equally have some members of the House of Representatives. Honorable Akin Alabi is here. Where are you, sir? Honorable Akin Alabi. Also, former head of service, federal head of service, Professor and Mrs. Dapo Afolabi are equally here. My own honorable from Okeogun, Honorable Shino Pella is also here. They are somewhere there. I'm trying to just run through. We have our KBACs here, by the way, and I would like to acknowledge them very, very specially. We were trying to compile all the names before coming up. We have the Balogun of Ibadan land, Oba Olakuleyin Owolabi KBAC. You're welcome. We have Otun Balogun of Ibadan land, Oba Tajudin Ajibola KBAC. You are welcome. Oba Latif Adebimpe Osibalogun of Ibadan land, KBAC. Oba Edi Oyewole Ashipa Olubadan of Ibadan land, KBAC. Oba Biodun Kola Daisi Ekeni Olubadan, KBAC. We have all of them here, all our royal majesties. Equally, we have our royal highnesses. Oba Dauda Omotosho Alawoton of Awoton, KBAC, you are welcome. Oba Ismaila Opeola Oniroko of Iroko, KBAC, Kadepelorio. Oba Akinyosoye Onikereku of Ikereku, KBAC, you are welcome. And also we have His Royal Highness Oba Adeboye Oyelowo Salako Olofa Agbo, KBAC, you are welcome. On behalf of the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation, I welcome all these are wonderful KBACs. You have been supportive and you still remain supportive even after the departure of our great leader. You are most welcome. We are gradually moving. I'm told that Honorable Prince Barrister Olariwaju Bakare, representing His Royal Highness, His Royal Majesty Oba Saheed Ademola Elegushi of Ikate Kingdom. Oshila the second. Yeah,
I would like to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Prince Barrister Olariwaju Bakare, representing Oba Ademola Elegushi, the Elegushi of Ikate Kingdom, Kushela the second. Kabisio Kadipeluri Kibata Pelese.
Thank you very much, Akumontoma Jembe. Thank you very much. Right, we are gradually moving on now. Actually, we tried to cause this artificial delay. Reason is that most of our discussants were held up in Abuja, but I'm happy to announce that somehow they've been able to get flight, and virtually all of them are here now. Please, let's put our hands together for God who has ensured that they came here. We've tried to get emergency representatives for them, but those will also stand by. they will stand by to be able to contribute after their speech. Of course, our own chairman of All Progressives Congress, APC, or your state, Papa Chief Aki Oke, is also here. Papa, you are welcome. Eka was me je wo be you won't get you ame ati pe lagbaja ta gbe soju igan ko je ka mo baba wa me. You are welcome, sir. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now settle down to business. We have to end this in about 45 minutes, if that is possible. The topic for discussion is states and the burden of national development in Nigeria. I'm not going to waste time to be introducing all the speakers or the discussants and the lead speaker. You can refer to your program pamphlet. You will see everything you need to know about this, our discussants. But may I ask that we now concentrate, and we certainly would like to covet your absolute attention, because if our leader was here today, that is what he would have loved, that we all sit down now to listen to this particular session, which is very, very important. Now, I'm going to be handing over to the man who will coordinate all of this. But before we go there, let me quickly invite to the stage all our discussants, the ones that are here now, thank God. I'd like to invite to the stage to come and take his seat up here Professor Olanrewaju Olaniyan, Director, Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan. Please give them a round of applause. Prof, is Prof coming? Yeah. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Freedom Onuoha from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Thank God that you made it eventually. Dr. Onuoha, please. The profile of these, our distinguished and erudite scholars, is already in the program. I'm told that Dr. Onuoha has already arrived here. Okay, in the meantime, let me call on my very beloved brother and friend for life, a public affairs analyst, Mr. Jide Ojo. Mr. Jide Ojo, please put your hands together for him as he comes, please. Sought after all over the world, particularly in Africa and also in Nigeria. We thought that we'd be able to get Professor Bangoshe on Zoom, but thank God he's here physically. Oh my goodness. Professor Mrs. Yemisi Bangoshe, please, of the Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan. Please, can you step up? Professor Bangoshe, please. One of our emergency discussants is the Director General of the DAWN, the Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, DAWN Commission. We picked on him a short while ago, and I know that even if he was asleep and you call on him, he's ever ready. These are the ones who are running and coordinating the affairs and the cohesion between all the states in the Southwest. Talk about Amoteku now. Those are the ones with the blueprint. Can I invite Mr. Sheye Oyeleye, the Director General, DAWN Commission, please, to come up? Mr. Sheye Oyeleye, please. Of course, I believe that one of our main contributors after this session will be Dr. Festus Adedayo. He's also in-house. We'll bring him on in a short while. At this point, permit me to now invite the man who will coordinate all of this, the Professor of African History, Peace and Conflict Studies of the University of Ibadan, the man who is sought after all over the world in the area of academics, Professor Isaac Olawale Albert. Please put your hands together. He is the moderator of this session. Professor Albert, please, the ball is now in your court as we take a break.
We still have a few. Where is Onoa?
Sorry, Prof. I'm told that the representative of Dr. Ono Ehomu is here, the chairman of Trans-World Security. His representative, please, can you come up too? Can you come up? Thank you for the applause. I'm so grateful for that applause. Let's encourage them, please. Let's encourage them. Thank you. Representative of Dr. Ehomu. Of course, I know that Dr. Amina Saliu, Senior Program Officer of MacArthur Foundation, is also online on Zoom. She will be joining us in this session. Professor Albert, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, our Royal Fathers, the chairperson of Senator Ajimobi Foundation, all the senior military officers here present, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to just ask us to adopt the existing protocol. We are coming to the scientific stage of this discourse, and our lead speaker is Professor Ayuade. Professor Ayuade, sir, can we have you on the podium? Professor John Ayuade. Professor John Ayuade is an emeritus professor of this university. He taught many of us on this high table, including Professor Albert. So, sir, we welcome you to this August assembly. I think Prof should be here. Okay. Let him be there. Okay. Now, time is not on our side. Therefore, we are not going to waste too much of your time with the usual academic niceties and pleasantries. I think it's better for us to focus more on enjoying the contents of the lecture. But the first point I just want to make, and which is the only one that I think I will make before inviting Professor Ayuade to address us, is that you will notice a variance, a difference between the topic that we have announced and the one that we have in the monograph that we have circulated. When we were planning this event, we all agreed that the topic should be states and the burden of national development in Nigeria. But when we received the lecture, the topic changed to Nigeria, a nation of states and a state of nations. Now, for those of us who belong to the academic community, it's usual that when you ask us to speak, we look at the topic, we tinker with it, and then we approach it from whatever perspective that we consider to be the most inviting. And therefore, we are saying here that there is no conflict. What we are witnessing is a difference between 6 and half a dozen. The topic sent to Prof was titled 6, and by the time he submitted the paper to us, we saw half a dozen. So please, we need to listen to him very, very carefully and understand his perspective. And I think his perspective has been aptly captured by Asiwaju Tinubu. When you listen to his presentation and the presentation of my brother Governor Fayemi from Ekiti State, the point that the two of them have succinctly made is that we cannot be discussing the states
and the burden of development in Nigeria without locating the discourse in the right historical perspective. If states have problems today, or if states are winning today, they are winning because of some historical backgrounds that we need to understand. And I think that is the point from which Prof will be addressing this issue. But after his presentation, we want the discussants to take us back to this issue of states and the burden of national development in Nigeria. So take advantage of the historical background that Prof will provide and enjoy the excursion that is taking us through, and then I think the rest of us will enjoy the presentation. On this note, sir, I want to invite you, sir. Prof taught me 101. That is the first, when you are in your part 1, you take 101. So I don't even have the academic standing to invite him. But I've been given the power of the mic. That's why I'm inviting you, sir. So you will address us, and we have decided, sir. 20 minutes. Okay, 2025. Okay. Yes, he's rolling the middle. Yes, he's rolling the middle. But is this distributed already? Is this distributed already? Oh, okay. So, Prof, sir, we invite you to make your presentation. Professor John Ayuade is an emeritus professor of this great university. And I do know, I believe that we all know what it takes to be an emeritus professor, most especially in the University of Ibadan. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me stand on existing protocols because of our time. I know that this hall is full of all eminent people, leaders and captains of industry, leaders in government, and so on. I appreciate you all, and let me stand on the existing protocol. I have decided that I will modify the topic because I believe that unless we look at the context in which states operate, we might not be getting the gist of why the states operate the way they do. And so I have decided to take some peep at federalism in order to be able to zero in on the powers of the state, the competence of the state, and whether they are performing or whether they cannot perform under the conditions that they find themselves. I want to say that, quite honestly, Nigerian federalism is confusing. I have spent a few years as a student of federalism looking at it, and each time I appear to be understanding it, I get more confused. More confused because Nigerian federalism, to me, does not have a focus. Now, when you look at the American federal system, the framers of the American Constitution decided from the beginning what kind of government they wanted. And they decided that they do not want a big federal government, and they want a small, a slim federal government. So there was a foundational philosophy which the Americans decided on. I want to say with due respect to all who have been involved in the framing of the Nigerian Constitution that we have no foundational philosophy at all. If we can say what happened in 1914, when this country was eventually put together by Sir Harcourt and was implemented by Lord Lugard, what was paramount in their mind was how to have a balanced budget for the colonial government. A balanced budget for the colonial government. So as far as they are concerned, they were not thinking about Nigerians, because Nigerians were not important to them. What was important to them was, can we finance this system? And that had gone back to 1842, when in fact they said that it would be, they could put in anything to govern the system, but by 1865 they started having doubts. And they referred to West Africa as a meal around their neck, something that they have to do away with. Eventually, in 1865, they then reached a point in which they now decide they must lighten the load, they must lighten the pressure, the burden which they were carrying. And that resulted in the 1914 amalgamation. All of us know how they did it. They said the obedient man from the north would marry the beautiful lady of resource from the south. So it was a marriage to reduce expenses, not to increase expenses for the government. So technically, what really is federalism? Federalism is a layered political arrangement. It's one in which there are 2 or 3 layers depending on the choice of those who draft the Constitution. It is layered in terms of the powers that are given to the different levels, and that means that every citizen in a federation lives under 2 laws, like in Nigeria. We live under 2 laws, one by the federal, the other by the state governments, and the 2 must be obeyed. It is also a system of getting a balance between freedom and control. It's a system of getting balancing freedom and control. The states must have freedom to do certain things, while there must be control because they also belong to a larger state. And the larger state is the federal state. Now, the state, as is defined in politics, has all the powers and paraphernalia, and it has monopoly of force. But within that larger definition, the state comes in and also has certain powers which have been allocated to the states by the Constitution. What is interesting is that both the state and the federal government derive their powers from the same source, which is the Constitution. Technically, therefore, one is not inferior to the other. In fact, as Kenneth Ware said in his magnus opus, the states and the federal are co-equals, and that's what it should be, because the states have responsibility for the people that the states govern. And because the states are not proxies of the federal government, they therefore are not reporting boys to the federal government. The aim of federalism, and this is very important because we always confuse it. Everybody talks about unity. A federation, the aim of a federation is not unity. Unity can come as a derivative, but that's not the purpose of a federation. A federation actually is based on the fact that we are not united and that we should not be united. This is important because talking about unity in a federation is an attempt to create a uniformity which is antithetical to the actual situation on ground. There is no way that you can force differences away. And like the argument occurred between two of our forefathers, Zeke and Sardauna, Zeke said, let us forget our differences. Sardauna said, let us know and identify our differences. The differences are always there, and any attempt to ignore those differences would definitely create a disaster. So the differences are there. What a federal constitution is supposed to do is the management of those differences, not the wiping away of those differences. The differences are natural, they are congenital, and they will remain with us. And therefore, no effort should be made in the name of unity which does not exist and which is not likely to exist. In fact, as Albert Einstein said many years ago, that one of the signs of insanity is when you continue to do the same thing over and over, you're getting the same wrong result, and you're not changing it. So we have operated a federal system based on the aspiration of unity for many years. It has not come, and it will not come, because that's not the purpose of federalism. This is why, looking at the differences, we must accept those differences. And as Aristotle said, quite rightly, every difference is apt to create a division. So, trying to wipe out the difference, you are wiping out the division which already exists, and therefore you get nowhere. This is why Proudhon, who is one of the French eminent scholars on federalism, argued that federalism is organized anarchy. Federalism is the management of anarchy. And therefore, any attempt to introduce order will in fact create disorder. And it is important that you continue to manage it. It's not that you will cure it. Doctors know that there are certain ailments that cannot be cured, but they will manage those differences for effect. And so we must continue to manage our differences, and we must continue to get those differences to lead us into development rather than creating something which is going to be artificial and which will negate our existential reality. It's also important that we say this, that federalism is a therapy. It's a therapy for ailments of largeness, large size. Because once a state is so large, it becomes difficult to manage it from one center. We take this from the history of the Habsburg Empire in Europe. It was said at the height of the Habsburg Empire that if death comes from Madrid, that is, those who live at the extremities of the Habsburg Empire argue that if death comes from Madrid, which was the capital of the Habsburg Empire, that they will be immortal. Death itself will be dead before it gets to them because of that distance. And therefore it is important that for the management of large size, we must break into small parts. And breaking into small parts, recognizing the ecological and the human differences within that large part would make it easier to have a proper focus on the problems and aspirations of the people in their respective areas. And this must be taken into account, because if we don't, then we will be doing government to the people. It will not be government for the people. Because a government that is unrealistic is definitely not in the interest of the people. Now, how then do we operate a federal system? We operate a federal system by allocating powers to the tiers of government. There are two main models for the allocation of powers in a federal system. The first model is the American model, which is based on the desire to have a small government. And it's often argued the government that governs least is the best government, not the government that is found in your bedroom 24/7. So the American model is to the effect that the powers are allocated and listed. The powers of the federal government are listed in the Constitution, and the powers are few. The remaining powers, which we call residual powers, belong to the states. And therefore, the states, by and large, are stronger because the people want, just in terms of closeness, they want a government that they can understand, so that the government also can understand them. A government from far away is likely to have problems understanding the localities. And this is why Byron Price in 1932 argued in the United States that all politics is local. All politics is local. Everything that we do, all governance happens at the local level, not at the federal level. And therefore it is important that that's why the Americans decide we would give more powers to the states, which is closer to the people, and then give controlling, overarching, not controlling, overarching powers to the central government. The second model is the Canadian model, which is the reverse of the American model. Canada gives more powers to the center and less powers to the states. So each federation will have to decide what it wants. But between these two models, which is a continuum, definitely there are gradations within those two extremes. And that's something that we have to take note of in looking at the federal system in Nigeria. But after powers have been allocated either way, one thing that is important is there are two basic principles. The first is what is called the subsidiarity principle. The subsidiarity principle is to the effect that whatever can be done by a lower level must not be given to a higher level. Whatever can be done at a lower level must not be given to a higher level. The logic is that it is cheaper to operate it at a lower level than operate it at a higher level. First, it is going to cost more money. Second, it is going to have a delayed reaction time. If something happens at the locality and you have to travel to Abuja to get it sorted out, it's definitely going to create a longer reaction time. And so the subsidiarity principle shows that whatever problems arise at the local level must be treated at the local level. Whatever problems are state problems must be treated at level of the state. Technically, there are hardly what one can call federal problems. All problems are local, and therefore those problems must be dealt with at the local level. The second principle for dividing powers, apart from those models, is the distance principle, the size and distance principle. For a large government, for a government governing a large area, there is need to subdivide. And once you subdivide, just as Governor Fayebi said, there must be devolution of powers. You must give powers to the extremities so that the people can be governed promptly and appropriately. So those two principles are important. And when one looks at the Nigerian Constitution, it violates these principles. We just decide that the federal government, which is the boss, must take all those powers. So there's a lopsided division in our states, in the federal system. Now, having said that, how efficacious is the division itself? Now, the Nigeria Constitution has a list of exclusive powers. It also has another list of concurrent powers. At the end of concurrent powers, there is an elastic clause, because the concurrent powers belong to both the federal and the states. And now, in order to resolve issues between them when issues arise, there's an elastic clause which then states that when state laws contradict federal laws prevail. That means that what you gave by the left hand, you have taken by the right hand. It means, in effect, that the state governments operate at the sufferance, at the pleasure of the federal government. So what we are operating actually is a semi-unitary system. And it becomes more unitary to the extent that even those who can challenge some of the excesses of the federal government do not do so. They don't do so either because of party system, they belong to the same party, therefore you don't want to challenge the federal government, or because they just feel that you should let go, just let it go. But we have had occasions in this country when a governor, Professor Ambrose Ali, challenged the federal government and won in court. It was in the case of revenue allocation. The federal government talked about percentage. We are going to give so much percent to the states. But you are not talking about the whole thing that you are dividing. A percentage is relevant only when you know the total sum. If you don't know the total sum, then it's irrelevant. 10% of 20 is different from 10% of 50. And therefore, it challenged the federal government that you have to disclose what the quantum sum is. And went to court, and the court decided in favor of Ambrose Ali. So it is possible for people operating the Constitution at the state level to also challenge issues. I don't want to mention the critical ones that appear to be going on now. The issue of the river basins and so on. But I believe that the Constitution gives surveillance of land to the states, and it did not divide states, it did not divide the land from the rivers. And I think that that's an area that the states should work at and see that they get it resolved. Just in order to conclude, because I'm told by everybody that time is our enemy, I want to recommend that our Constitution is overdue for replacement, not for amendment. It has, for now, it's due for replacement, not amendment. There's no guiding principle, no guiding philosophy with the present Constitution. and so it must be replaced. A big federal government runs counter to the existential reality of Nigeria. It must be a constitution that understands and respects the differences that make up Nigeria. 3, it must give more powers and functions to the states and provide adequate funding and funding sources to the states so that they can perform. States which go to Abuja to beg for money every month are not states. In fact, one of the former governors in this country described it as feeding bottle federalism, where the federal government feeds the states through the bottle. The National Assembly also must hands off the Constitution. I believe that a servant does not write out his own scheme of work. A servant does not write out its own scheme of work. And finally, we must separate constitution making from politics. I was lucky or unlucky to be a member of the 2005 National Political Reform Conference. And at the plenary, they gave each of us 2 minutes to talk. And I don't know what you want to talk in 2 minutes. So it was a jamboree. You don't make a constitution in the market. You get experts and knowledgeable people to work on a constitution if you want the constitution to endure. The American Constitution is a shining example of this. The number that wrote the American Constitution, very small. Not 450 people sitting in one hall in Abuja. Thank you very much.
There is a booklet containing the full lecture of Professor Ayoade's address, and I think that is being distributed right now. In a short while, we'll be flashing on the screen some account number for those who might want to support the Senator Abiola Ajimobi Foundation. There are quite a lot of projects that are meant to help indigent citizens of your state. And I believe that all of us should be able to contribute to this foundation, because quite a lot of laudable projects that will run into possibly billions of naira. The foundation cannot do it alone, so we depend on you well-meaning Nigerians who are here seated. So the account number will be flashed on the screen once in a while, and then the slip will be distributed to everybody. You can transfer to this account, and I'm sure God himself, who is a cheerful giver, will reward you abundantly. Thank you very much. Professor Albert, please.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Ayoade. Another round of applause for my prof. We thank you, sir, for that excellent presentation. I will not waste our time by summarizing what he said. As Brother Yaju Adegbite said, the lecture is there for all of us to read. And Prof spoke in his and worst language. So easy for everybody to understand. And so I will not waste your time summarizing what he said. But I will share with you one point that I got from my selective listening to his presentation. And it's a very powerful point. And the powerful point is that the Nigerian federalism lacks philosophical foundation. And I saw this at the 2014 National Conference. We did several things, but it's like people were just coming to drop all kinds of things. Please give me this, give me that, give me that. And by the time you put all the demands together, you are not actually too sure that we went there to build a nation. And I read something that is that is of significant interest to me, sir,
in your lecture, where you said that we come to the podiums like this to say the unity of Nigeria is not negotiable. We all say it. But the person saying it will leave this hall and go out there to fight for his local government to become a state. You are not willing to work with your neighbors. You want every village to become a state of the federation. But after getting it, you run to Abuja to say the unity of Nigeria is not negotiable. So what the point that Prof is trying to make is that we are searching, but we don't seem to know what we are looking for. And I think that is the first problem we need to solve. Without solving it, it is very difficult for us to have a nation. Now, what Prof has done is to throw several pebbles in the pool. Prof, you threw several pebbles in the pool. And you have positively provoked this gentleman and that big senior advocate of Nigeria. Now, I expect them to behave like individuals that have been provoked. So I will invite you one after the other to respond to what Prof has just presented to all of us. The first is Dr. Freedom Onua. He is from the Department of Political Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And my sister Amina Saliu is on Zoom. So I please advise you to queue up so that after listening to Dr. Noah, we listen to Amina Saliu from Abuja. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Albert. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me ride on the existing protocol and also commend the organizers of this program for the invitation extended to me to be part of this August gathering. Without taking much time, I think having listened to Professor and also having read his work, I developed what I consider to be the tripodal flaws of the Nigerian state as encapsulated in his thesis, but more importantly, to use those tripodal flaws to explain the foundation of insecurity we are seeing in Nigeria, believing that that could also add a perspective to the issue. First, I think, Prof, I must have to commend you for understanding fact that the structure of the Nigerian Federation is deformed. Okay, so you are running a unitary federal structure. That's a contradiction because you want to unitarize something that is divergent. That creates its contradiction and that has implications for security. The second one is the constitution that was articulated to bind and sustain and preserve a deformed federal structure, which in itself is creating problem for the federal structure to operate seamlessly. But connected to it is the foundation that the 40 federal structure, the deformed constitution, created in terms of the character of politics we play in Nigeria. One thesis that I took away from his presentation, and I think I have to build more on this, is the fact that the federal character tends to concentrate resources and power at the federal state. The implication, therefore, is that every politician in Nigeria wants to have access to that federal system, not minding the consequences it's having for each state. So what it creates from a security point of view is what I call the crisis of security expectation. While we have created about 36 states in Nigeria, and we have executive governors, and the fundamental principle and fundamental expectation and fundamental essence of every state is the provision of security. So the state governor is closer to his people. The people fundamentally expect that he provides security. But consequently, upon the structure of the Nigerian state, he doesn't have control of the apparatuses of the state in terms of security provisioning. So he looks up to the federal structure to provide security, much as his own citizens are looking up to him to provide security for them. And the federal structure in itself is inadequate, faulty in character, faulty in architecture to provide security. And that is what is playing out in Nigeria. Because we run a federal centralized police system, we cannot address the divergent security issues. And that is what is playing out across Nigeria. Whether I'm talking about the southeast, the southwest, the northwest, the north central, and the northeast. You could see it playing out with the cases of the Boko Haram. The governor incidentally wants security to operate on top of the situation. But they cannot because he does not have access, he does not have control to the security. But fundamentally, once there's any security breach in Borno State, the citizens are looking up to him. So he cannot actually provide what he does not have. essentially because the character of the Nigerian state, the constitution itself, is not in sync with the reality of the diversity. So I think it is very important that you raise that point, that the structure of the state is deformed. The constitution that was also articulated, not even by the people, but a set of persons, has its own flaws and is meant to preserve a deformed system, which is creating contradictions. And so politicians themselves, operating on the principle of self-preservation, are more interested in their own security than the security of the people. So this contradiction means that we expect so much from those who are elected as governors, but they don't have the control of the instrumentalities of security provision to provide security. And so it is cutting across all states. What happened in Katsina is exactly the same thing with what is happening in Northeast, because the governor himself does not have control of the security forces. And when you operate a federal system that devolves power along the constituent element, then it becomes easier for those constituent elements to provide security because they are closer to the people. A typical example, let me say, if we are going to discuss about providing safe school initiative, and you expect the federal government to provide safe school initiative, it's not going to work. Because again, the federal government cannot produce a unique, peculiar incident response system for that security, that school. Because the school in Umuahia is different from the school in Oshobo, and it's also different from school in Kankara. So the reality is that the subsidiarity principle you raised that talks about taking government closer to the one that has the capacity to deliver it is in contradiction with the federal state, because it gives the federal government overriding power, whereas it doesn't have the capacity to reach to those basic situations where the crises are playing out. So I think that my concern and my commendation has to come with that understanding that there is a disconnect between the structure of the state, the constitution that is providing it, and the politics that we are running. Until we are able to do three things consistent with what he has provided, I think we are going to run right to the situation. First, if we have a federal structure that is deformed, we must restructure that federal system. Second, if we have a constitution that is not working, let us not pretend about it. It can serve the interest of the politicians for now. If you have a constitution that is not working, then you have to replace the constitution. And finally, if you have a politics that is in itself is flawed as a result of the contradiction between the structure and the constitution, then we need reorientation. So I think that these are the tripodal issues that are fundamental to the problem of the Nigerian state that we must have to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onua. I think you have thrown more pebbles in the pool. You have created more problems. You have raised more academic issues. And I will respond to the issues you raised by calling attention to the personality of Governor Abiola Ajimobi. I started my career as a specialist in the study of criminal violence, and then I was advised by the British to include political violence. Now, since 2006, we've been studying the problems with road transport workers, sponsored by the British, sponsored by the French. When Governor Ajimobi came in, I think one wonders that he performed. I call it wonders because, to me, as a specialist in security studies, I still find it difficult to understand how he was able to do it. Governor Ajimobi was able to tame NURTW in Oyo State. Now, for me, here, we are saying governors don't have powers. They don't have security management powers. The federal government has it all, but some governors are succeeding. In leadership, you see, in leadership, you don't study everything. There is no perfect leader. But a leader is a professor in something. But what we do in Nigeria is we just condemn everything. This man was able to restore law and order to Oyo State. And immediately he became governor. I was invited to give a keynote address to the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors. And the president gave a lecture to say, beautiful city, we are holding this, meeting in the beautiful city of Ibadan. I said, no, Ibadan is not it's not beautiful. That if you were here before this governor came in, that it would be easier for you to understand what Ibadan was. And there was a commissioner working under Governor Ajimobi You know, he came out, he called me, say, you see, Oga, you have done great work for us here. You know, so there was lawlessness here. This man was able to tame those people. So I personally do not want to accept this general position that governors cannot manage security. We were in London recently, and some British scholars came out openly to say they are still shocked how Lagos State was able to manage Oshodi, because these are specialists who have been studying these problems for a very long time. And I will say that I think I'm more surprised by what I see in Lagos today. So what we're trying to say is that there are problems, but some governors are coming up with innovative ways of managing problems. I think we scholars must stop this general study of the situation and now begin to look at these small achievements. Why were some of these people able to come up with those laudable achievements? Thank you so much, sir. Let me invite Amina Saliu, if she's properly queued up and she's ready to talk to us. Amina, are you there? Okay, Amina, are you there? Amina, are you there? Amina, are you there? Okay, let's go straight to Okay. Can you please unmute your mic? Unmute your mic. Okay, let's go to Professor Afolayan. Olaniyan, sorry. Professor Olaniyan. Please.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, she's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Loud and clear.
I think the host has now muted the moderator.
Okay.
I just got unmuted by the host, but I cannot hear Professor Albert. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I need to know you can hear me in the room.
We can hear you very clearly.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. I guess this technology is one of the new things that we have to further restructure for us to understand how it works and how it can be a friend and not an enemy. I thank you for the opportunity of being part of the team of discussants on this very important occasion. And I would like to also premise my contribution by referencing yet again something that our lead lecturer today, Professor Ayode, has mentioned, and that's the fact that politics is local. Politics is local because life is lived at the local. The basic essentials that make life worth living all happen at the local level. Therefore, like Professor Albert has said, we can be having a very important conversation today about systems, but unless that conversation about the systems actually connects to the lived reality of citizens wherever they are, it becomes a lot of talk, a lot of movement without any progress in terms of momentum. And so, it seems to me that in our country, and our keynote speaker has made that point, we live with a lot of contradictions. There are disconnections. Whether we're academics or we're practitioners, we cannot ignore those contradictions. And I just want to take an example of one or two. One is the point that my brother Dr. Ono has made about the state of security in this country. And the fact that even though security in terms of social security, economic security, physical security are things that are very personal, they are things that a lot of the time we wait to have action from a very strong center. That is already a disconnect, because whether we recognize it legitimately or not, the governors, the local government chairpersons, the traditional rulers who are closest to the people are already the first port of call for security. The second contradiction in the nature of the state of Nigeria that I'd like to also put on the table this afternoon is that our wealth as a nation comes from the local. It comes from the states and below the states. Whether it is oil and gas, or whether it is agriculture we're talking about, or whether it's human resource, they all come from the state and the local. And yet, we have to wait for a derivation formula from the federal in order to have justice and equity. That already is a contradiction that begins to pull at the fundamental basis of who we are as a people. And so when Professor Ayade said that the foundational basis is itself problematic, he's absolutely spot on. It is problematic because we are not looking at the difference, as it were, in terms of what people say they want to have, the aspiration of that majority of the people, and what a few people think they have the right to tell us we should want. And until we begin to listen to the thinking of that majority, it's going to be a bit difficult to create a fundamental foundation that is very strong. And the way in which that fundamental always comes back to us is when you hear people say, are we a country or are we a nation? A country is very easy to define. You have a government, you have boundaries, you have laws. A nation is a set of people that have shared affinity. For you to have shared affinity, you've got to have philosophies and values and solidarity that bound you together. And that cannot be forced. Nationhood is something that evolves because you believe that that nation is important. As you can see, my background is a flag of Nigeria. I'm a proud Nigerian because whenever I leave the shores of this country, all that matters is my green passport. Nobody's going to ask me, Amina, are you from Zaria or Katsina or from Kwara or from the south? Nobody asks me that question. I'm a Nigerian. And that is what we need to achieve coming back into this country. And so those contradictions are things that we need to sit and resolve. So that's the first thing I want to put on the table. What is de jure and what is de facto and what are those contradictions? Moderator, I'd like to put a second issue on the table for our consideration this afternoon. And that is the fact that as we're thinking about devolution of powers, as we're looking about forming a proper and effective federal system, we also must think about devolution within devolution. Again, on this second point, I'll give you two examples. 50% of the population of this country are actually women. Women make up 50% of this country. But if you look at the composition of political power in this country, whether you're looking at the average of the state or federal level, it's only 5% maximum, if you will. If you round it up 4.5, that is. It's 5%. Now, what kind of political equation are we thinking about if we ignore 50% of our own population? So, even when we get a federalism that works, if that federalism does not translate to effective livelihood and opportunity and confidence for the mass of citizens, we're still going nowhere. And this is not about a struggle for equity or equality. This is smart economics. Because how do you hope to grow and leave behind 50% of your own populace? Today we're all gathered here because a matriarch of the Ajimobi family wants to keep a legacy. On the call with me today have been some first ladies. They started out as 25, there's now 32 of them, who decided to confront squarely the issue of gender-based violence. If we're silencing the issues that make us whole, if we're silencing the issues that are important in terms of our psychosocial care so that we can be full human beings, that restructuring will not take us very far. So we need to devolve within even the devolution that we're talking about. The second devolution I'd like to talk about is in terms of what happens between the states and the local governments. And Lagos is an example. The moderator has referenced Lagos. Now, if we have a state that anticipates that it's going to have more powers, how will those powers then be further devolved to ensure that all of those communities and entities below the state also feel the effect of devolution? Otherwise, we're going to get a perfect system on paper and very little is going to change in terms of the lives of our people. And we have seen our young people organizing and telling us that devolution has to happen within devolution. It is said in Hausa that hannu ɗaya baya ɗaukan jinka. You need more than one hand to carry the load. And since this is a Southwest gathering, I can try to find a similarity by saying, so there's room for the elderly and there's room for the young. And we need to begin to think about how we're pulling together in terms of the resources and opportunities that we have. And that way we can begin to see a devolution that works. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the third and final point I would like to make on this very important theme is that Nigerians need to understand the cost of government. The cost of government. Until and unless we recognize that when resources are misappropriated at the federal level, it has import for the bridges that are missing at the community level and for the primary health care that is nothing but a mere consulting clinic, and for the woman who experiences delay in childbirth and who dies giving life, we are not going to have a system that works for us. We need to understand the cost of government. And let me say something that might sound controversial this afternoon, because we have been told that nobody who enjoys power will give you power just like that. Power needs to be engaged, needs to be negotiated with for you to get what you want. As long as it is attractive for the federal level to continue to have legislators that are assumed to be superior to legislators at the state level, so long would it be difficult for us to have a federalism that works. Because if we have a federalism that works and it's not a unitary federalism or it is not a feeding bottle federalism that has been fed, then what goes on at the state level will become very, very important. And what it means is that when resources then move in that direction, we'll be able to hold to account those who are at that level, and we'll be able to ask them more direct questions. What have you done with the resources and how well are you working? The final suggestion I'd like to make as I leave the stage might also be controversial, and that is that while we are waiting to have a formal devolution process, and this goes to Professor Albert's question about why is it that some states are working. Some states are working because we have some governors who are innovative, who are ready for office, who understand what needs to be done, and who know that they don't have to know everything, but they have to be surrounded by people who know everything. When you have someone going into office because they think politics is a vocation.
Thank you so much, Amina Saliu. I think that's an excellent one. One of the issues I picked from your presentation, one is that governance is local. And I think we need to warn politicians. You come to us all the time to say politics is local. Politics is not governance. So, governance is local. And what we mean by governance is local. If you want to manage people, you must start from the grassroots level. And as she was making her presentation, my mind went to my childhood in the north. It was a serious offense for you to be taken to the palace of what head, Miangwa, not to talk of being taken to the palace of the king. In fact, our parents will run away once you are told that your son is being taken to so-so place. Now, why is it that we no longer have respect for our traditional authorities? If you slap anybody in your community now, Abuja will respond. We have just done a concept note and it is downloadable on the net. We call it security regimen in Africa. The problem Africa is having today is we want to solve all problems at the headquarters of the country. There is a problem in a village between herdsmen and farmer, and then the problem has to be taken to Abuja for management. Two people are fighting in Enugu, the case is taken to Abuja for management. There is no society that is sustained with that type of governance structure. If we don't want traditional rulers to exist, we do away with them. But traditional rulers must be, they must be taken, we must have traditional authority in our small communities. So it is one of the issues that I think we need to deal with as we're discussing our federalism. Because federalism in Nigeria is assumed to be what is done in Abuja. We must take governance closer to the people. Now, let me invite my brother to make his own presentation.
Thank you. Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Albert. And I want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers, especially the president of SAF, Mama Florence Ajimobi. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I got to know His Excellency a little more, but he didn't know me until our Vice Chancellor called me. And he said, Senator Ajimobi is going to have his PhD, and Professor Olaniyan, you are going to be the chairman of his thesis committee. And I told our Vice Chancellor, I said, how can I supervise a governor? And he said, don't worry, just go and meet him. I think most of the perception that I had of him before then actually changed. He said, the man is a good man, but he always imposes himself on you. So I went prepared the first day. And after we talked, he said, Prof, I want to investigate why I lost the election. I said, sir, you cannot do that. It's unethical for you to investigate why you lost the election. And he insisted, he said, look, that's what I want to do. Prof, Teba Yomile Nijumi Inishi PhD, Yimo. And I said, sir, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you will take this PhD. And we ended up with a topic which is similar to what we are doing today. And the topic is public opinion and accountability in political governance of state governments in Nigeria. Because according to him, which he rests on what everyone has said earlier today, he said development is local. People said politics is local. We've also heard that governance is local. But His Excellency Senator Ajimobi told me that development is also local. So if you want to do anything, people don't think about what happens to every other person. They actually think about themselves, their own well-being, how they contribute and they engage in economic activities, whether they are included in the process, and the rights that they have and how they engage in it. So that led me thinking to say, what exactly is this development? And the idea that I have is that development goes beyond what all of us says, but there is a very good definition theoretically that we always have, which is about well-being, personal well-being, social inclusion, economic opportunities, participating and also benefiting from economic opportunities. And that's one of the things that led to a very good definition of sustainable development, which is a development that meets the needs of individuals of present generation without disturbing the incoming generation from meeting their own needs. So if we talk about development that everybody strives to have, then we start thinking not about the development of those of us that are seated here now, but we look at development in terms of the generations that are coming behind us. The National Population Commission said that Nigeria now has about 206 million people. That story. But the most important thing and striking thing for me is to say that in the next 10 years, another 100 million Nigerians will be added to that population. The implication of that is that when we look at the development of those of us that are seated here now, in 10 years' time, we will have additional 100 people competing for education, 100 million people competing for health, 100 million people competing for housing and space. And we already have conflicts and security challenges, 100 people who want to compete for those spaces. So these are the issues. So development that is local, it's not just about those of us that are seated here, but it is also about the incoming generations. And that's why it became important to me when the keynote speaker, Professor Ayode, was talking, and he said that our federalism, every federalism, should be about management of differences and not elimination of differences. When he said that, I didn't understand. I said, that means that even for my family, I manage differences. I don't seek to eliminate the differences between my wife and myself, or between myself and my children. That's the whole lot about federalism, and that's the whole lot about development. So after listening to it, I came up with 3 big issues that I think we need to understand and then discuss within ourselves as drivers of whether we will develop or not, especially when we take into consideration the federal government, the state government, and the local government that we have. The first one has to do with the objective and the assured future that we have. The assured future of Nigeria is clearly stated. We want to be one of the best in the world. But then, these levels of governments, are they acting as competitors or complements? Both are good anyway. If you compete, it brings out the best in you. But you can also have a competition that kills everybody. And what I don't know is whether in this country, the type of competition that states, local government and federal government are having is a competition that can kill everybody. But if you don't have competition, you don't develop, because you don't bring out the best in you. And that's why this thin line must exist between competition and complements. So every government must be a complement to each other while also competing. So that's the first thing that I got from that presentation. The second issue that I also got from that presentation is that when you have more than 2 people, when you have more than 2 people, there must be a leader and there must be followers. And the leader charts the direction and the followers must follow. But interestingly, we are not even sure who the leader is. We are not even sure whether we have leaders. Rather, it looks as a situation of boss and subordinates, the ruler and the surrogates. The final one that I want to say is that given these 2 situations, can we then really state that states are burdened? Yes, they are, because development is local, and every state must try to make sure that that development is followed through by itself. And the question remains, are they really burdened? The answer could also be no, because the challenges that they face, especially the problems that have been listed concerning our constitution and every other thing, says that they are highly constrained. So when in some respects states are burdened, when in some respects states are not burdened, then it means that we have to take a critical look at the institution that governs the relationship between these 3 levels of governance. But if institutions must survive, if relationship must exist, there is a key word that psychology says must be there, and that is trust. Trust is having a positive perception about a particular person, individual, government, or whatever. I think one of the key issues that we have as a country, as government, as governance, is that trust is in short supply. And because trust is in short supply, not just because between individuals, but also between state government and federal government, the trust is in short supply. Between local government and state government, the trust is in short supply. Between politicians and the rest of us, trust is in short supply. So I begin to wonder, even if we have a good constitution, even if we have every other thing that we have all raised, if we don't deal with this trust issue, which is the perception that we all have about ourselves, I think we may not be able to solve the problem. Let's remember, development is about solving problems. It is about the problems that we have today. But that problem will not go away. But we should make sure that we solve the problem in such a way that we do not create bigger problems for those that are coming behind us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Olaniyan, for that beautiful presentation. And one of the key points you made is that Governor Ajimobi came for this PAG and he left you with some unanswered questions. And to some of us, we feel that I don't want to say he strayed away, but to me, Ajimobi left the impression in me of, to me, he's a professor. And it's not just a professor, he's a leader who leads from the front. You have two types of leadership. You either lead from the rear or you lead from the front. But a leader that leads from the front takes a lot of bullets. Ajimobi took several bullets, not for himself. He took it for the society. Unfortunately, I don't think the society that shot those bullets and the society for which he took those bullets understood Ajimobi. And I think that is why he came to your office, asking philosophical questions. And those philosophical questions explain why we are in partnership with this foundation. And every year we keep asking questions. We keep asking questions in his honor. Thank you, sir. Now, over to Mr. Sayeu Oyeleye. Please, we want to listen to you just in 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Professor Albert. Standing on existing protocols, good afternoon. I'm just going to drop some posers because I've been told that my time for contribution is extremely short. So I'll drop some posers. We are operating, the topic says states and the burden of national development. And I'll argue and say straight away that there can be no national development, there can be no development under any guise as long as the constitution we're operating remains the same. And I would now link it to how the constitution that we presently operate encourages or engenders underdevelopment and poverty as posers. Now, one of the biggest things you need when you want to develop is to have proper education. You need that human resource for a nation to develop. At the moment, education develops the human resource. States are thoroughly underfunded. What they need to do, they can't train that mind that will develop the nation. We talk of poverty, particularly in our hinterlands, in the villages. Why won't you have poverty? One of the biggest reasons we have poverty is lack of mobility. So, you have somebody living in Idoani. If he wants to work in Akure, he probably has to move down to Akure to live, because he cannot commute on a daily basis into Akure. Assuming that there is a rail that takes him from Idoani to Akure on a daily basis, he will earn his money in Akure, take it back to Idoani. So he's earning in the city, taking it back into the hinterland, which then says poverty will eventually be eradicated because we don't all have to come into the city. I'll give you a perfect example or a simple example. Look at the burden Lagos is carrying at the moment. 25, 27 million population, increasing every day. We've been told that maybe in 10 years' time, Lagos will exceed 40 million. But everybody still has to go to Lagos because they can't commute. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from commuting from Osogbo to Lagos and come back. So, if we want to say we need development, we have to, not just devolution of powers, but the sources of income for the state is absolutely important. Because I see all the time we talk about, oh, we need to devolve powers. What about the sources of income for the state? Once in a while, I ask myself, who wants to be a state governor? A governor that's probably 95% of his resources is spent on salary. There can be no development. And it's because we've chosen, and I say this guardedly, we've chosen to live a lie over the last 55 years. We are afraid to confront what I call the proverbial demons. We don't want to confront our demons. We need, and as Prof said, we can't even amend the constitution anymore. We need to replace the constitution in its entirety. And I'm glad Professor Oyade said it, that what we are saying is unity, federalism does not have to be unity. One size fits all does not work. Look, someone and Prof used the example of security. Security today in Nigeria, I would say, has collapsed. So when states in different regions are saying, I want to protect my own people, it's because they now think that it has to come closer for them to be more efficient and effective. So, in closing, because I only have 3 minutes, as you said, what I'm saying is the constitution we are operating encourages underdevelopment. It's as simple as ABC. And until we are ready to say, let us do the right thing by facing this constitution and replacing it to suit the aspirations of 206 million people. At the moment, what we are doing is living a lie. It's as simple as that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. As you were making your presentation, my mind...
the governor at this point.
Okay. My mind went to the problems we're facing now, that policemen are not on our streets. And then we're having security outfits established by the state, by some states, actually doing the work well. You know, actually showing that some states have what it takes to address some of these security problems if the federal government will allow them. Now, before I call our senior advocate of Nigeria, I've been advised to invite at least one governor to come in, and then we'll listen to the two of you later. And I think the first person I'd like to call is Governor Akeredolu. This is because Governor Ajimobi is a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, and I know that you received a very big delegation of Society for Peace Studies and Practice, and therefore we'll start with you, sir. We are not putting you on the spot, but we know you have what it takes to explain things better to us. Do we have a mic there? But I will beg you to limit your presentation to just 3, 4, 5 minutes, because we know that you have the capacity to give another lead lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Let me adopt the protocols already established and go ahead. I thought we had enough people to discuss Professor Ayode's topic. I mean, the topic he has mentioned. Mine, I will start, sir. Mine will be a question to Professor Ayode first. I know of the fact that you have mentioned to us, at least you mentioned specifically federalism as practiced in America and Canada. And a number of us also know of this. And something peculiar to us in Nigeria is that we adopt a particular system, and at the end of the day, it is bastardized. Sorry to use that word. It turns to another thing in Nigeria, and you wonder whether or not the same definition applies for federalism as we have in Nigeria as in other places. Now, you are not a politician, and I know, sir, that you are not someone that is afraid to let us know the position, at least politically. I am one of those few who have argued over and over that what are the federating units in a federal system? Is it more than the state and the federal government? If they are more than that, sir, it's for you to educate us. I've always believed that, look, this idea in which people come, you now have federal government, is that for us,